Hello, Chalman, sir.
Yeah.
Fine, sir.
Morning. How are you? I'm
Yes,
audible.
sir. You are audible. Audible, sir. Clear, sir.
Okay. So, Dr. Mohan, only my request. No, you need to
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Received, sir. Okay, sir. Sure, sir. So, few minutes, sir. Participants are joining.
Hmm. No problem. No.
Yes, sir. Everything is ready. We'll start, sir.
Okay, ma, fine. Ma. So you
Oh,
can ask, sorry, you can start your introduction about the speaker, right? Yeah.
so good morning to the respected speaker, program coordinators, and respected family, faculty members and participants. Welcome to day 5 AICTE-ATAL sponsored online faculty development program on drug safety monitoring and transition of care, the brink of an artificial intelligence. Today, I'm very honored to invite our morning session speaker, Dr. Vivekanandan Kalai Selvan sir, Senior Principal Secretariat Officer, Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, Ghaziabad, India. Sir has received his undergraduate and postgraduate degree in pharmacy from Tamil Nadu Dr. MGR Medical University, Chennai, and PhD from University of Delhi. Sir is having a 21 years of multitude experience in pharmaceutical sector such as academic, preclinical, and clinical research, pharmacovigilance, and drug standard setting. Sir is currently working as Senior Principal Scientific Officer and is responsible to protect and promote quality standards, safety, rational use of drugs. Sir works towards establishment and implementation of medical products safety surveillance systems such as pharmacovigilance and material vigilance program of India. Sir has proved his ability to establish a robot system of pharmacovigilance program of India (PVPI), which has been recognized by World Health Organization as a collaborating center. Sir has instrumental in forging partnership with public health programs, QCI, CSIR labs, academic institutions, CDSCO, WHO in enhancing the outreach of IPC services. Sir has authored 5 books and published 90 articles in peer-reviewed journals. Sir is a recipient of fellowships from BST and AICTE to pursue research projects. Sir has organized numerous national and international level training programs for the professionals of pharmaceutical industries, academicians, hospitals, and regulatory authorities to enhance the knowledge, practice, and compliance of pharmacovigilance and pharmacopoeial standards. With this brief introduction, I would like to invite Kalai Selvan sir to start the session.
Thank you. Can you check I'm audible? I'm okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Great. Can you? Thank you so much. I think you can move on to the next slide, please. This is the first one. You can next slide, please. So thank you. So thanks to the organizers for inviting me to speak on this occasion. I came to know that it's a faculty development program. I'm quite enthusiastic and excited to see the large number of faculty members are joined already, and still they are joining. I invite and I welcome each and every one of you for this session. Thank you so much for the Riper for giving me this opportunity to speak on very important topic, that is the artificial intelligence. Actually, I am not an expert in this area to give you technical or inputs regarding this artificial intelligence. Here I am here just to convey all of you that the concept of artificial intelligence, how or why the artificial intelligence is very much needed in the current scenario or even in the future. So it's a very important area which we would like to understand first. So again, I'm repeating that I'm not an expert in this area. I'm also like you, one among you. We all are in the same boat. But yes, we should learn. That is the purpose. Gradually, we should learn. Nobody is, expert, or nobody is, 100% fulfilled in this areas of artificial intelligence. It's a new area. It's a upcoming area. So we all should learn this area. We should all devote our time at least, maybe 1 hour or 30 minutes per day we have to capture what is happening in and around the world regarding artificial intelligence. I'm sure you will understand you will accept and you will agree with me how this is important. After listening my presentation, definitely we will have a lot of things to be discussed, and we have a long way to go in this area. So I am here just to convey and present some of the upcoming field of artificial intelligence in and around the world. So if you look at, if you go through this slide, actually what it is, artificial intelligence, it's nothing but it's a science and engineering mixed together and making an intelligent machine, that is called artificial intelligence. So we require science-based approach also, and also we require some engineering part, because here engineering part will play a very, very important and crucial role. Maybe like computer engineering or even artificial intelligence engineering will play an important role, and we need to develop a computer based program that is called artificial intelligence. So it can be a device or it can be an agent. Artificial intelligence may be an agent or it may be a device. Basically what it will do, it suppose any artificial intelligence should suppose understand the surroundings, and accordingly it should act, and it should observe, it should sense the surroundings, and of course naturally the artificial intelligence device should also take a decision accordingly. This device will take a decision also. So it is an inbuilt device which consists of sensing, processing, language, and other decisions, making finally naturally any device, any artificial intelligence should take a decision. We should have an end result. End point should be there, end result should be there. Like computer, if you take computer, the results are coming, ultimately end of the process we need to have a result. So similarly artificial intelligence also will do like this only. It's not, see, it's a era. Once upon a time, once I was in my school days, there was a typewriting machine was used as a very, very important and very essential tool in terms of documenting the materials, documentation purpose, and also to present the things in a proper way. The typewriting machine was used, and over the period of time computer applications came into existence. Computers were used for recording, storing the data, and of course nowadays you can tell me there is no department where computer technology is used today. Let it be a healthcare, let it be a medical practices, let it be a pharmaceuticals, let it be other area, let it be entertainment industry, or even 21. So you can imagine 2030 or 2031, the artificial intelligence is going to dominate like anything, like computer. So once computer technology was introduced, everybody was hesitant, everyone was hesitant. That is a phobia. Some kind of fear factor was there, whether we can able to use this device or not, how we are going to use it. Once it is, nowadays everybody is very well versed with the system, computer operating systems. Similarly, over the period of time, artificial intelligence also going to play the same role, and I am sure you all will agree with me. And let us start learning and let us start involve in the practice of artificial intelligence. So this is what the conveys. Basically, it's a machine, it's an intelligent agent which helps in every aspects of the healthcare system. So next slide, please. Can I have the next slide? See, next slide is like, the branches of various branches of artificial intelligence. I would like to highlight. There may be many, many more branches, but at this moment, I am not sure. Even I am also not conversant. What are those branches in the artificial intelligence? So, according to me, I mean, when I was interacting with various, colleagues, those who are involved in this industry, pharmaceutical, this would be the main branches of artificial intelligence. Other than this, there may be other branches also may be coming up, but at this point of time, like machine learning would be one of the very important branches of artificial intelligence. Machine learning would be there, so that machine learning would help us in analyzing the data, maybe a research data, maybe your research data or your pharmacovigilance data, or even your clinical trial data. So all these data will be collated and analyzed and converted into a suitable framework or suitable required manner. So here I am sure machine learning is going to help us. Like machine learning, we have speech, we have natural language processing, vision, and robotics. I'm sure you might have heard about this, robotics procedure, robotic surgery. In many, medical, I mean, healthcare industry, this robotic industries already came into practice. There are a number of, multinational companies as well as uh, big corporate hospitals already started introducing this robotics in the surgery, in various level of surgeries. Of course, in many other countries are also adapting, but in India also it is coming up. Robotic surgeries are coming up. Even there are a few couple of multinational companies. They have also started using the robotics and other devices, medical devices. Industries are also concerned. So I think these are the main branches of artificial intelligence would be classified accordingly. So over the period, we will definitely we will be engaged in any one of this technology of artificial intelligence. Without this artificial intelligence, I think our research or our whatever our professional activities won't move. So when it comes to the applications, I think next slide I will be requesting to change my next slide. That is, I will be discussing some of the applications of artificial intelligence, how it is being applied, where it is being applied. So there, as I told you, there may be many applications. I think this artificial intelligence will dominate in entire world in every activity. But when it comes to the medical or healthcare or pharmaceutical industries are concerned, it has a lot of applications like managing medical records and data. This is the first thing, because I think it will be every hospital will adopt this. It will be useful to every hospital in terms of managing medical records and data. So I think this application will be much higher version or very well advanced version as compared to the computer. Then treatment designing also will play an important role. Treatment designing and even surgery also. That is one of the biggest advantage of this tool. So these first two applications will be like managing medical record and treatment designing. These two applications will be largely used or adopted by the hospitals or clinical departments. I think this is going to help us in a big way also in terms of clinical trial also. Nowadays, clinical trial patients randomization, we have to spend a lot of time and a lot of errors are happening. Once this artificial intelligence is introduced, I think the entire process of clinical trial also going to be easy, and it's going to be error free as well, because this artificial intelligence will help in patient randomization and applying the inclusion criteria, exclusion criteria. So automatically these things will take place. And third one, digital consultation. Yes, digital consultation. Our also will help us, because you don't require to go visit to the hospital, and you don't require to waste your lot of time in the diagnosis and other areas. So patient can sit at his or her home, and they can be taken the consultation with the physician. Yes, drug development, of course, naturally, drug development also going to be a big computer-based drug designing and modeling already exists. But I am sure this is going to be an advanced version where drug development process also can happen with the help of artificial intelligence. Chemotherapy, I think this applications would be very much useful in the cancer chemotherapy. Then monitoring mental health condition, that is another thing. Easily this artificial intelligence could read out the human nature and mental conditions. And very important application would be in pharmacovigilance also. You all might be aware what is pharmacovigilance. It's a science and activities which deals with the detection, assessment, understanding, prevention of adverse drug reactions or any other drug related problems. So this is what we studied as a pharmacovigilance, and now this practice is evolved largely. It is being accepted and it is being understood by almost every healthcare providers. Now this pharmacovigilance based practices, not only with academia, it is also being expanded to pharmaceutical industry as well as medical devices industry, where every industry experts or industry is responsible for monitoring and reporting of adverse events or adverse drug reactions to the authority. So now they have adopted some tools and some techniques for monitoring and managing the adverse events. Nowadays, you might be seeing that a lot of tools are available for analyzing the reports. Like if it is a WHO program, we have VG-Flow and VG-Base, VG-Lyse, all these tools are applied for reporting and analyzing the adverse events. And if you go to the industry, they have their own tool softwares like RSG or Argus database, etc. So now artificial intelligence, what artificial intelligence is going to do with the pharmacovigilance? There are already already framework has been started with Uppsala Monitoring Center, Sweden, which is a WHO collaborating center for pharmacovigilance, international drug monitoring program. The Uppsala Monitoring Center also has started analyzing and doing the framework how artificial intelligence will be used. Basically, now if you look at the Indian database, we have around 0.5 million data. 0.5 million database data, adverse drug reaction data is available in Indian database. And you can imagine the global database. I'm not sure the global Uppsala Monitoring Center's database, but it's a huge database available with UMC. Now, this artificial intelligence is definitely going to help the pharmacovigilance authorities and organizations in terms of ensuring the quality data, also in terms of reducing the duplicacy of reports. Because nowadays what happens, the same report is being reported by different kind of healthcare professionals and different industries. Same product, same batch number. So in such cases, we have to see whether it's a duplicate report or same patient report is being reported by multiple sources. There are two different things we should understand. Same drug, say for example, ivermectin, which is used in the COVID pandemic, ivermectin related reports are reported by different parts of the country. This is one thing. It is not a duplicacy of reporting. Same patient, say for example, myself as a patient, Kalai Selvan as a patient. Kalai Selvan, I had some adverse drug reactions. I'm facing the adverse drug reactions associated with the use of ivermectin. but my report is being reported by different group of people. I alone myself reported, and my doctor also reported, my family members also reported. So that is a duplicacy of reporting. I hope you will understand. So here the artificial intelligence will help in reducing the duplicacy of adverse drug reactions. So this is what the entire pharmacovigilance team is working, how this artificial intelligence can be adopted. And another one, robotic surgery. As I told you, it is already being introduced in many hospitals for surgery. Correct. So we can move on to the next slide, please. I think I have this is completed. Next slide, you can move on to the uh, what WHO is saying. WHO's guideline about this artificial intelligence. Yes. So actually, WHO has introduced guidelines for various activities, maybe health related, public health related guidelines, or disease prevention, or disease treatment, quality related guidelines, lack of efficacy related guidelines, spurious drugs related guidelines, pharmacovigilance guidelines, etc. So WHO guidelines are considered to be a first referred guidelines, are very important guidelines in the areas of healthcare system is concerned. Now you can see any activity, you take anything, say for example, infection and prevention control, you will find WHO guideline. Then pharmacovigilance in public health programs, you will find WHO guidelines. So WHO guidelines are globally accepted and globally referred for the activities. Now here, I'm sure WHO has not issued any guideline on artificial intelligence so far, but they have laid down some principles, some thoughts regarding the artificial intelligence also. I'm sure over the period of time, maybe years to come, you will find lot of artificial intelligence guidelines from WHO as well as other organizations. So as of now, WHO has issued four basic principles or four basic things where artificial intelligence related one. First one is protecting human autonomy. That is a very important thing which we need to consider while we develop artificial intelligence, while we implement artificial intelligence, or even the hospitals, those who are adopting the artificial intelligence, this needs to be taken as a priority. We need to protect human autonomy, because we should take their consent and appropriate legal framework also for data protection, because here since patients are involved, patients are directly linked with artificial intelligence in terms of disease diagnosis or prevention or even surgery. So their patients' confidentiality as well as their data needs to be protected. And basically, if you develop any artificial intelligence, that should promote human well-being and safety and health of public interest only. It is not, there should not be any intention that to take or to steal some data, to steal some confidentiality information, etc. That should not be there. So ethical, basically I would like to say that full ethical practice needs to be adopted. And then of course, if you introduce any tool, ensuring the transparency and accountability, all things needs to be ensured. That is very important. Correct? So these are some of the four basic, principles or ethical conservation which needs to be adopted while developing artificial intelligence, or maybe when we associated with artificial intelligence. As I told you, over the period of time, either you move on to the industry, or you work with academics, or you work with hospital setting. So you may experience or you may have to handle this artificial intelligence, but we should not forget these four basic principles which associated with the use of artificial intelligence. So this is about the WHO perspective or WHO thought about artificial intelligence. Now let us move on to the next slide. what US FDA says. What is their stand on artificial intelligence so far? Yes, US FDA already started a framework. They started working on different level of activities in terms of implementing the artificial intelligence. They have constituted various committees. They have constituted various working group to give a inputs and suggestions to the US FDA. That is what the artificial intelligence or machine learning. So machine learning is a part of, as I told you, it's a branch of artificial intelligence. So robotic is also another branch of artificial intelligence, but machine learning would be more useful in the regulatory system is concerned. Robotic is a part of artificial intelligence, which will be employed in the clinical setting for surgery and treatment procedure. But machine learning, it's like a computer, it's a program based one, which will be widely used or largely used by the regulatory authority and even academics. So which is responsible for doing the algorithm based data analytics. So FDA has already started working on this, and very important thing is what I would like to highlight over here. Good machine learning practices also going to be developed by US FDA. Good machine learning practices. So far, we have studied good manufacturing practices as per Schedule M. We know what do you mean by good manufacturing practices. Good clinical practices, of course, we have studied. Good laboratory practices. Then good, clinical practices or pharmacovigilance practices. And even recently, good pharmacopoeial practices also being introduced by WHO. But now everyone, we all should aware of this, good machine learning practices. That is what the artificial intelligence. Actually, this machine learning practice is going to be an integral part of our academic or pharmaceutical activities. I am sure this machine learning practices will help us in a big way uh, in the years to come. And always this artificial, as per the US FDA guideline or US FDA work plan, it is always a patient-centric activity. Since this artificial intelligence is applied for patient data management, so we always should consider as the patient-centric approach. And ethics practice also, again, the USFDA, as like WHO, USFDA document also says that ethics practice needs to be followed. And also the manufacturer responsibility is real world data, real world performance needs to be adopted. Right. Next let us next we will move on to the next slide, please. UK, what UK says. We have seen so far WHO. Yes, WHO has already started a guideline for AI. Then USFD also started working on AI. UK, yes, UK also the similar way. UK also constituted different level of committees even in the 2019 itself. And government also is looking at the various activities and challenges. Then again, with the Center for Data, Ethics and Innovation, which is an advisory body of to the UK government that advises the government on various aspects, and that also working on the artificial intelligence. And they have developed two guidelines like guidance on artificial intelligence and data protection, and then risk mitigation and management toolkit or plan. Like in terms of ensuring the safety and benefits of a medicine, we need to have a risk mitigation and management plan. Similarly, risk mitigation and management plan for artificial intelligence also being developed by UK. So that is going to help the regulator as well as industry in terms of minimizing the errors. Of course, whenever we introduce any medicine or any device, there will be some issues or demerits. But over the period of time, we have to see those problems and we have to solve those problems. So that is what risk mitigation and management toolkit is applies. Well, now the very interesting part, how India is, what is happening in India. Can I go to the next slide, please? We have seen US, UK, and WHO. Of course, in India also there are a lot of developments, historical developments, I would say, with respect to the medical devices are concerned. Because here, the artificial intelligence in India, artificial intelligence is regulated or approved as a medical devices. So that's why I have to connect with medical device rule here. You may be surprised why suddenly I'm coming into the medical devices. But there is a link, there is an association with medical devices. That is why this I need to be discussed. So medical devices rule in India already introduced in the year 2017 itself. I'm sure at least many of you will be aware of this rule. Like for drugs and pharmaceuticals, we have Drugs and Cosmetics Act 1940 and the rules 1945 thereunder to regulate, to ensure the sale, manufacture, sale, distribution, export, and import of all medicines or pharmaceuticals or even cosmetics are governed under the Drugs and Cosmetics Act 1940 and rules 1945 thereunder. So this is a separate one. But now, again, the medical devices rule also, separate rule is being introduced in India in the year 2017, and it is effective from January 2018 onwards. Now it is already being implemented. Every device which is being manufactured or designed or developed, which needs to be, which shall be regulated by the regulatory authority in India, that is CDSCO. Now this medical device, what are the medical devices under this medical device rule? I will be covering, but this is the big thing I would like to say. So every industry is now shall require to manufacture or develop a medical devices in compliance with this medical devices rule 2017. Right. So it's a big historical milestone happened in India. So next one, what is medical device actually? As per this rule, how it is defined? As per the medical device rule 2017, it is defined as it means any instrument or apparatus or any machine or anything or even an implant. Implant means cardiac stents, orthopedic implants, knee implants, etc. Then in vitro reagents like in vitro diagnostic reagents which are used to diagnose the disease like HIV, malaria, and even COVID condition. All these things comes under the in vitro diagnostics or calibrator or software. You can underline this word. Even softwares are also considered as medical devices. That means artificial intelligence also a software, which needs to be regulated as a drug or will be approved as a drug under the medical devices rule. So this is what I would like to highlight here. So in India, we have a regulation, we have a framework. The medical devices, including artificial intelligence, which will be considered as the medical devices, which are used for the diagnosis, treatment, or prevention of any disease or related disorders. So that is how the medical devices definition will do as per the medical devices rule. So I think now you will easily understand and you will accept, you will agree with me, the need of artificial intelligence and developing skills and knowledge on artificial intelligence would be a very important tool. Right. So next slide is like a classification of medical devices based on the risk. How the medical devices are being classified according to the medical devices. Now you understood that artificial intelligence also considered as medical devices. But where it is being classified? It is being classified as a low to moderate risk of medical devices. Actually, class A to class D, class A, B, C and D medical devices. Class A medical devices are known as low risk of medical devices. One example is needle or thermometers. Sorry, not needle, sorry, surgical dressings like sutures, cotton, gelatin sponge, etc. And thermometer also considered to be a low risk. Then low to moderate risk, if you take needles, other equipments, reagents, artificial intelligence and supported devices are considered as a low to moderate risk of medical devices. So it is now the artificial intelligence comes under the class B category of medical devices. Then again further we have requesting you to change to the next slide. I think next slide is same what I discussed, what I told you, how it is going to be regulated uh, software and as a medical devices. So as per this rule, we have a provision as per the medical devices rule, that is MDR 2017. The Indian regulatory system has got a authority to regulate the medical devices, including softwares. I mean, artificial intelligence. So if it is not notified also, if a software or if anything, any device which is used in the for the disease treatment or diagnosis, if it is not notified by the rule, then that also must be registered in the CDSU. Of course, current date, all the devices which are used in the disease management, treatment, whatever it may be, considered as a medical devices. And another thing, the new list of non-notified medical devices classification includes 60 standalone software products in the software category, that is the class A, class B and class C, and 9 standalone software products all under class C used with in vitro diagnostics also be regulated. So next slide please. I think this is the in order to have a regulatory status of software products recently approved, I would request you all can visit the CDSU website regularly. And here again, the medical devices or artificial intelligence is also being regulated. So for appropriate action accordingly. Now I think next slide. Now let us discuss something about the challenges as well. Naturally, it's going to be a lot of challenges and issues when we implement this artificial intelligence. What are those challenges? Like infrastructure and capacity building. Do we have sufficient infrastructure facilities? Infrastructure and capacity means we have a resources and we have a manpower, affordability. So these all infrastructure and capacity we need to discuss. It's a very big challenge, whether everyone can afford it or not. Say for example, as we discussed, UK and US, developed countries, for them it won't be any problem. But if you look at countries like low and middle income countries like in African countries, it will take a lot of time for them to introduce. So I think the capacity building is very much required. And then finance also, yes, countries like developing and low and middle income countries, whether they can able to afford it or not. Like micros in India also, we have a number of micro, small, medium and companies are there. So it will be very difficult for them immediately to implement. It will take some time for them to adopt and introduce this artificial intelligence as a medical device, as a tool in their practices. And third would be, as I told you, human resources also very much required. Trained manpower and skills of the professionals are also required. who is an expertise in this area. We don't have expertise in this area because artificial intelligence is a course study in India or even in other countries also. There is a need of developing the human resources, trained, qualified professionals in this area. Now you have a lot of computer professionals, computers or software engineers are there, so they can able to rectify the problems immediately. Whatever problems we are facing in the computer applications or computer based activities. But once you avail or once you implement this artificial intelligence, if any technical problems are reported or technical or non-performance is noticed or reported, then it should be immediately rectified by the trained professional. So I think that would be the challenge, immediate challenge, maybe acute challenge, I would say. But over the period of time, once we develop the professionals and trained skills, it becomes easy for us to handle this issue. But as of now, I think this is also one of the challenge. Then adequate testing labs to ensure the performance and safety. Say for example, if paracetamol is found to be adulterated or paracetamol is found to be a lack of efficacy, then what we do immediately, a paracetamol sample was sent to the drug testing laboratory where our analyst will perform the assay of paracetamol as per the IP procedure. But here, in case of artificial intelligence, a machine is found to cause some error or problem or even reported with some technical issues. Then which lab, who is the authority to test those uh, device? That is what adequate testing labs required to be established. We have huge number of drug testing laboratory and even nowadays medical devices testing laboratories also coming up. So similarly, the testing lab to ensure the safety and performance of the medical device also to be developed over the period of time. So here there are a lot of career and entrepreneurship opportunities for the professionals. I mean, science professional or maybe engineering professionals may get a lot of opportunity in this area. So I think there may be other challenges as well, but what I have observed through the available sources and based on my own experiences, I thought initially these four maybe are the main challenges and issues which may face encounter in the over the period of time. Yes, and I think last slide. So now conclusion, yes, artificial intelligence is one of the rapidly developing technology in the medical and healthcare field, no doubt. However, sufficient law or rule, accountability for risk needs to be addressed. We need to have proper rules and regulations. As we discussed, the data must be protected, ethics must be followed, patients, confidentiality and accountability all needs to be maintained. So there should be a regular law or regulatory framework for all these things. But no doubt, it's a rapidly developing technology which is going to be adopted. Second point, as we discussed, ethical and data protection regulation needs to be formulated. Ethical and data protection policy, how we are going to protect the data, because these all are patient records and other data are very confidential, which needs to be protected. And then third very important point to conclude, this AI is different from medical product. It is different from vaccine and it is different from drugs, or even it is different from the entire pharmaceutical products. Hence, it needs to be regulated with a specialist in the field of algorithm or machine learning technology. Before approving, say for example, what we do before giving marketing approval to any drug, we look at the preclinical data, we look at the clinical data, and we look at the safety data. We look at whether the product is free from impurities, or even impurities are there, whether it is free from carcinogenic. All other aspects we look at the molecule and we give a marketing approval because we are experts in this area. But when it comes to artificial intelligence, because it is going to dominate the entire pharmaceutical and healthcare technology, we have to ensure whether it is regulated or it is managed by a very well trained and qualified person. So last, I think this once you we introduce this artificial intelligence, I think the medical facilities both at the urban and rural population will be benefited. There won't be any lack of services. The services will be addressed and ensured to all population of the country. So I think I have concluded. Thank you. Next slide is thank you so much to all of you. Thank you so much.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. It was a nice presentation, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the presentation.
So participants, if you want to discuss with speaker, Dr. Kalachelvan Vivekanandan, sir, you can unmute yourself and you can ask your doubts.
Yeah, I think it's a new. It might be new for them. So it will take some time for them to understand.
Okay.
That is the reason. No question. It seems.
No, sir. Yeah. Yes, sir. Actually, network issues are also there, so what, they are not able to get properly also.
No. Whether there was any problem in my presentation?
No, sir. From your side, it was very clear.
That is what I want to know. Whether I was audible or there was some issue. I would like to know.
No, sir. It was clear from your side, sir. So participants, kindly post your questions in the chat box, or you can unmute yourself and talk to sir.
Participants can post their questions in chat box also. Yes, sir.
No, you can continue, continue.
Yes, sir. Sir, from my side, can I ask a question, sir?
Yeah, please. You can ask.
Sir, here nowadays we are adapting the artificial
Hello?
intelligence. Yes, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Your voice is breaking. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Then I'll type in the chat box, sir.
No. You can ask. I'm hearing now. I can hear you. You can ask.
Okay, sir. Sir, as many of the applications we are going to include artificial intelligence, and nowadays the digitalization is taking a major role. So, what are the regulations that we have to develop in order to maintain the quality for that, sir? Whether there are any updated regulations are there from the government side?
Yes. That is what I told you. The medical device regulation already it is there. Artificial intelligence is covered under the as a medical devices. So whatever the regulation applies for medical devices, the same will apply. It is there already.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Hello. Is I am audible, sir?
Yes, madam.
Sir, Sir,
Yeah,
good morning.
audible. You are
Good
audible.
morning, sir. Good morning, sir. It's a very nice presentation from your part, sir. I have one query, sir. I am working on one medical device for the testing of jaundice. How
Hmm.
I can correlate it with, sir? It's as you told, it's A, B,
Hmm.
C, D. Four types of devices are there. Maybe you have mentioned in category B some hematologically tested kits. So can think like
Hmm.
that the whatever device I am developing that is on category B
I think
when
if
it
you
is
develop
related
a
with the
device,
blood sampling.
I think it should come under the class B only.
Yeah, sir. And
But
sir, if
once
we
you
want to
approve,
add some artificial, uh, we are also applying for patent, sir. I just want to ask you, sir, if we will connect because basically we are a pharma people, and we don't know about the computer science technology like artificial intelligence. If we want to
hmm,
incorporate it with the some data from artificial intelligence, how we have to go further for this? That I want to ask you, sir. Can you help me in this regards?
yeah, I can help you in this regard. What we can do, I think it requires a lot of discussion. We need to see your entire process and other things. Then I'll help you to connect with
So,
the
sir,
regulatory
can you give
authority.
me
I
your
think
sir
I can
number
help
so
you.
that I
You
can
can take my
contact you?
contact details. It
Yeah,
is
sir. Can you give
it
me
is
your details,
available
sir?
with Dr. Mohan. You can contact with Dr. Mohan.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
That is what I am trying to say. My contact details are available with Dr. Mohan.
Okay, sir. Thanks a lot, sir.
Yeah, I am sure. I am happy to help you. Yeah.
So thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the question. Sir, there was a question from Shabari, sir. Shabari Girinath, sir.
Yeah, please.
Uh, sir is asking, is there any centralized database maintained for medical devices, like Sugam portal for newly approved devices?
Yes, I think centralized database for medical devices is under development. So that will help in the adverse event management only, not any approval or any other data. So the centralized medical devices database is so going to ready soon, and that will address all the adverse event related issues.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. So, if there are any other questions, the participant can pose the questions. So, there is one more question from Shabari, sir itself. Sir is asking whether there is
Hello.
any, there are chance. Hello. Yes, sir. Sir, I think the questions we have completed the questions, sir.
Okay. Thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you,
Thank you
sir.
so much once again. Thank you so much. It was a nice session,
Okay, sir.
and
So
I
I
wish
think we
Thank
can
you so
each
much,
propose
sir.
a
and
nice note.
every one of the participants.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for joining with us today and sharing the aspects related to artificial intelligence in medical devices. Thank you so much for joining with us, sir. And hope the participants who are in need and who want the guidance from sir can collect the contact details from the organizing committee and can interact with the sir. Thank you so much, sir, for the guidance.
Thank
Dear
you.
participants, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So it is for the participants. The contact email address of all the speakers will be shared to you by evening to your mail or in the WhatsApp group. Okay, and you can use it for your future references or any type of collaborations or clarification of doubts. Okay. So thank you. We will join by 11:30 for the last session. And afternoon 2:30 we will be having the feedback and the assessment. So all the participants are requested to join for both the sessions. And during the assessment and feedback session, you will be instructed regarding the timeline of submission of your responses and how to document yourself in the AICTE web portal regarding the online feedback. Thank you all.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Yeah.
With this, we have concluded our morning session, first session of day 5. The participants are requested to join for the second session by 11:30. The session starts by 11:30 a.m. So I request the participants to join at the earliest by 5 minutes so that we can proceed with the session. Thank you all for joining for the morning session. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Sahiti? Yeah, I think we can start
Shall
right
we
now.
start?
Yeah, sure.
Good morning, participants. Session 2 on day 5.
AICTE-ATAL sponsored online faculty development program on drug safety monitoring and transition of care, the brink of an artificial intelligence. I am very honored to introduce our second session speaker, Dr. Mohan Raj Ratnavelu sir, Associate Professor, Department of Pharmacy Practice, Raghavendra Institute of Pharmaceutical Education and Research, Autonomous. Sir has received his degree in Bachelor of Pharmacy and Doctor of Pharmacy Postbaccalaureate in Pharmacy Practice from Tamil Nadu Dr. MGR Medical University, Chennai. Sir, after his education, sir has joined Raghavendra Institute of Pharmaceutical Education and Research and has started dealing courses with professional and major in charge G and GP audits for years private limited Chennai.
Sir is a well-known academician, resource person, and researcher in the field of practice, with research papers in both national journals and 36 as resource person, and has conducted 5 international conferences and 17 national conferences and 8 sponsored FDP and STP. And Sir has presented 18 research papers as oral and in various national and international. Sir works with both national publications, contributing his services as editor, board member of and Allied Sciences 18 journals. Sir has lifetime membership in various national bodies, including Indian Pharmaceutical Association, Association of Pharmacists of India, Indian Hospital Association, and International Society for Pharmacoeconomics and Outcomes. Sir is member International Pharmaceutical Federation Hospital Pharmacy Division and Pedia Bulletin, State Care Bulletin, and faculty advisor for ISPOR Raipur Student Chapter and Director President ISPOR Indian Andhra Pradesh Chapter. Sir area of interest include pharmacoepidemiology and pharmacology and psychiatry, evidence and practices. Take over.
Sahiti, could I start?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. So, I think the screen is visible, right?
Yes, sir. It is visible, sir.
And it
You
is
can
moving.
go on. Sure, sir.
Okay. And the voice is clear?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, fine. So, good morning, respected sir and madam, and the participants of the 5-day online faculty development program sponsored under ATAL Academy program on drug safety monitoring and transition of care, the brink of artificial intelligence, organized by Raipur Autonomous. So before getting into the presentation, it's my obligation to thank the All India Council for Technical Education Training and Learning Academy program, the program coordinator, Dr. Y. Batmanabha Reddy sir, Professor and Principal, Raipur Autonomous, the organizing committee, and the person who are directly and indirectly involved in making a fruitful contribution in bringing this faculty development program a very realistic event. Dear participant friends, For your kind information, I am not an AI researcher. I am an academician with a very keen interest over learning artificial intelligence for the past 10 years in terms of policy perspectives. So I hope in this presentation I share my views regarding the policy perspective of artificial intelligence at the crossroad in comparison with developing economies and developed economies countries. So with this opening remarks, I would like to start my presentation entitled Artificial Intelligence Insights from India, a Policy Perspective. And the reason why I have chosen this particular topic is for the past 4 days, all the 13 sessions which were medical, clinical, and technology aspects, where all the participants might have got very good insights. And apart from this happenings regarding artificial intelligence in the science, technology, engineering, and medicine, to make it able and possible, the very first and foremost, finest aspect of artificial intelligence is to know about the policies and how they are framed and what basis it is framed. And third one, what are all the indicators we use in making an assessment. So this particular policy perspective in terms of artificial intelligence is a need of our, where academician role is very, very vital. And the reason we are going to have one brief discussion where I may be elaborate you what is the necessity of a teacher to get in an artificial intelligence. So dear friends, I want to discuss this particular topic in 5 important sections, which will cover the conceptual achievement in artificial intelligence, Indian artificial intelligence ecosystem, India's potential of artificial intelligence, and a crossroad reflection of artificial intelligence experiences from India, and what are all the new paradigms of artificial intelligence we have to be shaped to sharpen us in terms of development, in terms of upgrading the knowledge, and in terms of making the country with greater evolving economy. So this is the objective of my presentation. And before going into the detailed encounter of the topics, first and foremost, this particular section may not be suitable for the senior most teachers, but it is a very need of hour for the young teachers to learn regarding the conceptual achievements in artificial intelligence, which could be categorized in 2 aspects. One is the prehistory, and number 2 is the modern history. So when we want to discuss regarding artificial intelligence, the very finest thing we have to observe is from where this particular aspect have evolved, or from where the terminology was derived, or how this particular area was conceptualized. So for this three questions, there's only one answer. The intellectual roots of artificial intelligence and the concept of intelligent machines may be found in Greek mythology. And after this Greek mythology alone, the intellectual artifact started appearing in most of the literatures which we are aware right now. So, to know about this, I have given certain key points regarding the prehistorical concept of artificial intelligence, and that was being distributed with the current happenings and the medieval history. So it was very first and foremost the Greek myth of Hephaestus, a blacksmith who manufactured mechanical servant, and the bronze man named Talos. And Talos, as per the historical perspective, is considered as an intelligent robot. And right now, this slide, you are seeing the Talos, the gigantic animated bronze warrior in the mythology, programmed to guard the island of Crete. And this was a very first creation in artifact, particularly the artificial intelligence. The very next thing happened in a series of centuries, 13th century, 15th century, 15th and 16th century, 17. Like this, it ends up with the 2014. So it was in the year 13th century, the talking heads were said to have been created by the owners of great repute, Roger Bacon and Halbert, followed by Ramon Lull, who was a Spanish theologian, invented the machine for discovering a non-mathematical truth through combinatorics. And then, I think this you will be well aware why, because many films were being taken based on Gutenberg Bible. And it was in 15th century, the invention of printing as a movable type was made by Gutenberg Bible, and it was printed in 1456, and it was Johannes Gutenberg who completed it about 1455, working at Germany at 15th century. Then the developments of the artifact gateway to clock, the first modern measuring machine produced using lathes, and followed by clock. It was a mechanical animals, which you can find as Da Vinci walking lion in 1515, followed by a clayman named Golem, invented by Rabelais in the year of 1580. Then there was a very rapid development after the 16th century, where the very finest creators of artificial intelligence right now up to the literature considered are Cartesian, Pascal, and Leibniz. So Cartesian mechanism is nothing but theory that bodies of animals are complex mesh. And Pascal in 1642 came with first mechanical digital calculating machine, and then it was being made as an arithmetical machine in the further 1662. But a full-fledged calculating machine was developed based on Pascal ideologies by Leibniz, and he named it as step reckoner in the year of 1673. So I'm giving you the photographs which have been taken from Encyclopedia of Britannica, So the left side we see is the Blaise Pascal digital calculating machine of 1642, and the right side you are seeing the Lebanese calculating step reckoner of 1673. So later on in 18th century, there was artifacts modeled by Wilkinson, and also the very finest invention is a mechanical chess player. But this mechanical chess player was having more number of disadvantages, or we can say it was not having a very truthfulness. So I've given you both the front and back of it, how it functions, and that is a mechanical chess player. And followed by, in the 19th century, we got into Jackwood loom, and this is a programmable machine, and it is used for punching the cards. And then it was a calculating machine, and we call it as a Babbage engine, which came in the year of 1832. And then after 18th century, the very paradigm was observed in the first half of 20th century. So where electromagnets were being used for the artifact and making a chess machine called Hazard Resistor. And then it was Robert, the terminology was used in UK, London, and it was named as RUR by Karel Capeks, the Rossum's Universal Robot. And then it was Universal Turning Machine made by Alan Turing. And then later of 1937, we have a mechanical man and a dog, a mechanical dog. The mechanical dog is Sparko. The mechanical man is Electro. And thereafter, it was a very rapid development in the 20th century, where autonomous robots was a very greater invention in the mid of 1940 to 50. And it was named as Elsie and invented by Gray Walter. Then there was certain impactful, phenomenal growth happened during the 50s with computing intelligence. And that particular theory was published as a book by A.M. Turing in the year of 1950. Then it came as the chess, which was I showed you before, the mechanical chess. And for that, a computerized programming was performed, and that was given by Claude Shannon in the year of 1950. But all these inventions, the artifact, the intelligence was not appreciated a lot. Why? Because it is mechanical in sense. For which in 1950, Isaac Asimov started publishing Mechanical Intelligence as the 3 laws of robotics. And this is your prehistory. If you come into the modern history, the very finest thing is we exclude all the previous philosophical reasoning came from Hobbes, Leibniz, and Pascal. The very actual happening was in the year of 1956 at Dartmouth College, where eminent experts gathered to brainstorm an intelligence stimulation. And that was named as a thinking machine. And this particular thinking machine, when was publicly promoted, there was a larger amount of fund from all types of government, particularly at that time, the Defense Advanced Research Project Agency of United States of America started investing a lot on this thinking machine, which is considered as non-biological intelligence. And this non-biological intelligence was not been in literature with a very definitive definitions or definitive corners. So it was Bostrom in the year of 2014 developed 3 types of meaning for an artificial intelligence or a non-biological intelligence. So he said it as an oracle, He said it as a genie, and Oracle is something that might answer all your questions with an increasing degree of accuracy. Genie is a thing which will perform whatever we command. And the third thing he told, this two, that is Oracle and Genie, clubbed together at the forecasted long term will be a sovereign. Means it can have been developed into an autonomous functional mechanical being or a non-biological being. But all this perceiveness of Bostrom was not considered in the literature. So it was a literature which suggested an intelligence which is non-biological cannot or always must not rule in thought of an human being, but it can perform whatever has been commanded. And here the performance will be considered as the learning process. So artificial intelligence was being termed as a system that can learn how to learn, for which a functional algorithm has to be developed by the human. So what it may function autonomous, but the functioning must have been controlled by the human brain. And based on this type of arguments in the literature, right now in the present era, we are classifying artificial intelligence into three types. One is ANI, artificial narrow intelligence; AGI, artificial general intelligence; ASI, artificial superior intelligence. And that I'll be giving you at the last slide with the matrix. So these many happenings are going through in artificial intelligence. And what is the status of our country, the nation, India? So artificial intelligence in India, if you take, the very first and foremost, what we can say, as one of the fastest growing major economies and the second most populous country in the world, India has a significant stake in the development of artificial intelligence globally. And the government of India believes any country thriving tech community, robust information technology ecosystem, and growing economy could position itself as a leader in artificial intelligence. And that expectation hold merit after 2018. And if you consider the workforce in India, it holds the highest average AI skill represented among top 50 skill of the country in the globe. And roughly 2.6 times is our workforce in comparison to the globe. And this type of things emerge, energized, fueled in the area of 2015 to 2019. Right now, India has a vibrant technology. The ecosystem is good. And we have nearly 1,300 startups in 2019 alone, particularly in the area of artificial intelligence. So whether we have to appreciate this, yes, we have to appreciate this particular achievement of artificial intelligence. But always there will be certain backdrops or gray areas will be there. So India, with this type of 2015 to 2019 development, also we have a very strict impediments in the AI progress. The very main thing is it lacks a large-scale experimental test bed. And this lack disables the data ecosystem. And if this is disabled, the facilitation and the access to the data, intelligent data, will be minimized. So what? The high quality or a cutting edge of artificial algorithms cannot be done by the government of India. So what India have made is it have amplified its AI infrastructure, and it amplified its structure in 2018 by bringing in national strategy for artificial intelligence, focusing on very important areas like healthcare, agriculture, education, smart cities, and mobility. And they have not stopped with this. They tied up with the leaders of tech players like Intel and Microsoft to implement the projects, and for which India set up many important committees. And this committee, the expert committee, have developed certain policies for a very faster adoption in AI. They choose the very important 5 areas. Number 1 is skill development. Number 2 is R&D, research and development. Third is data identification. And then cyber security. The last is safety, legal and ethical issues. So yes, we are developing and we are refueling, reimaging our artificial intelligence. But to what extent that particular potential is assessed clearly? So, for example, dear friends, this particular indicators what I'm going to discuss is a comparison made with the policies of China, particularly AI policies, and AI policies of US and AI policy of India. So these are all the 3 policies what I've taken to make a write-up of the indicators. So the indicators are for the talent, AI industry and the investment, research in AI, and the patent of AI. So if at all you take talent, research, patent, and the last one is the AI industry and investment. If we are listening this particular 4 word, we can easily ensure that in all these 4 areas, we have a plenty role. As a teacher, we have to make a good student with the talented outcomes, a good program outcome, enabling a research mind to enhance a nation in terms of economy, and make new types of discovery, invention, which has to be patented. And then this after patent, the knowledge what we have got can be made as an entrepreneur. So what we have many type of startups from government of India right now. And these are all the same factor based on which the policies are framed in US and China. And why I'm modestly comparing the policies of US and China, I will give you the answer later on in a graphical schematic presentations. So once I take this particular talent, so yes, talent is a key factor for success of India. For the past 10 years, we are able to observe it. And this talent is going to be a success only when it has been collaborated. Collaboration in terms of intellectualities, collaboration in terms of research focus, collaboration in terms of output and outcome, which is completely research-based. And why this? And whatever we discuss right now, please ensure that we are going to relate it with the economy of the nation, India. For example, you take the higher education system of India, it is one of the very best higher education system. Actually, the same thing I have shared on the last FDP on capacity building, pedagogue capacity building. So India, in the same way, is the third in higher education across the globe. But whether those educations in terms of artificial intelligence are probably the dominant. If you ask the question, the answer is no. Why? Because graduating peoples, particularly I'm focusing here is engineering and technology peoples. The graduates, the postgraduate, the PhD, if you compare the ratio, only 2% of the graduate in engineering and technology with the stream of computational technology, information technology, and artificial intelligence are completing their PhD. And when you compare the same scenario with China and US, India produces almost twice as many master's level engineering graduate as the United States. But secondly to China, with 1/3 PhD of United States. It means, yes, graduates of US, graduates of India are same population, but we are less in China. It means that graduates are more in China in terms of engineering technology. But it is China, half is US in terms of PhD, but it is 1/3 of China is our productivity with the education background of PhD. Why this ambiguity? Why? Because those who are interested in pursuing their PhD, they go to abroad to pursue the education. And that also I will graphically give you the answer for this. Right now, if you take, I have a survey report, which I have collected from Ministry of Education in China, National Center of Education Statistics in US, and our AICTE survey. So this particular graph clearly represents that there is 1,05,691 masters, which is nearly double of United States. All right, but the number of PhD is 3 times India who are there in US. And it is a wonder where those PhD of United States also involve foreign nationals, where 60% of the population is from India. So right now what happened, it is a brain drain happening. The brain drain means the knowledge shared, the knowledge gained, the knowledge shared has to be encompassed in one particular compartment. Yes. So where the knowledge gain and share happens for an Indian PhD in US, so where they will encompass their employment in that compartment, which is the United States. So right now what happened, if this is a comparison between India and the United States, it is furthermore in China, where nearly 20,000 people are completing PhD in engineering and technology. And there's a survey of 16, 17 outpass, there is pass of candidates in India in comparison with the United States and China. Similarly, if you take a comparison of the program in engineering and technology, and I want to see you, I'm requesting you to see at the PhD level, the total you see, nothing is a double-digit number. Everything is relevant to 5 and below, and it is even 0 and below. And I'm writing here only the streams of engineering and technology. I'm not getting into science or medicine. If you see, for example, computer engineering, we have 1,13 students, 659 passed out in 19, where only 2.1% are pursuing the PhD. And in this 2.1, some are rationally in India and are foreign nationals to other countries like United States and China. And particularly if you see the backdrop of IT and computer, only 0.4% population you can find in India. Sorry, not 0.4, 0.4 Indian engineers, which can be scattered somewhere in India or US or China. And particularly, this happening is due to the best destination of AI research, which has been instilled in United States, followed by Australia, Canada, United Kingdom, and Germany. It means our engineers, our technology graduates, our science graduates are flying abroad to this country either to pursue their masters or either to pursue their doctorates. Then how come the quality empowerment happens in the environment of science, technology, and medicine? And particularly, if you see the comparison of India with US and China in comparison to United States, I want to give you a very correct estimate, all right, in the year of 2019. 71.17% of approved H-1B visas are issued by the USCIS, that is US Citizenship and Immigration Services, where 13% of the doctorates are Indians. And it means 13% of the doctorate of US are Indians. But we are secondly to China. It means China population is also right now increasing in United States, but only at the doctorate level. It means the first generation people who pursue their graduation gets into the post-graduation, completes their PhD, the long-term period in particularly AI area, they apt only to US and other countries due to certain deficit in higher education system in the area of artificial intelligence. And then what is the reflection we can obtain from this? It was a very important thing. The very important thing, there is a reflection from the year of 2015 to 19, what we have identified is the lack of strong built doctoral program focusing on artificial intelligence, which is not able to prepare the doctorates for quality. If at all it is exists, the manpower is not that much qualitative, valid in the market. And it means their thoughts are not going to be novel and innovative in enhancing the AI more progressive for our country. And here, our country defends this particular brain drain like intellectual property enhancement will be achieved only by the international collaborations. And I think I will give you the year and the name of the meeting at the end. It means it is good to have a brain drain far more than brain in a drain. And that was a statement given by one of an external affairs minister during a summit 2 years before. It means for India to progress AI, market value is important, investment is important, startups are important, which can be enhanced only by international collaborations. But there is a lack we have to keep in mind is higher education quality. In terms of, I'm saying everything in terms of artificial intelligence. And number two, if you take the research publication or research observation, India stands not in the best of 5 countries. That was a report, and I will give the presentation later. So it means scholarly papers of AI started initially in the year 2010. And right now, we have good number of papers. And more good number of papers are with the collaborations, not inbuilt or inward or forward from India. It is inter, that is collaborative research publications. It means the ideologies behind the particular paper is not ours. Or the idea may be us, platform is not us. Idea and platform may be us, but funding is not us. So what happened? The intellectuality or the scholarly or the innovative based finding, we can't own it. If our idea, if our platform, but it is funded international subjects, we cannot own it. So we have, from 2010, we have good number of paper, but most of the paper authored is not a main author, not a own research, not a own country fund or a grant. It is collaborative, and we are co-authors, not as a main authors. For example, whatever we authored in this span of 10 years is 1/5 of the US research output on artificial intelligence every annum, every financial year, I'm saying. We are 1/5. This 10 years paper, either ours be a main author or a co-author, but the 10 years of, I'm saying about 2010 to 20, this 10 years of research findings is 1 year, 1/5 of US research output. The main reason, collaboration. Number 2, the platform. Number 3 is the grant or the research fund. So right now, you can see here, we are placed in the 4th position with 84,384 papers in the span of 10 years. All right? And this is 1/6 of the achievement of China, which is nearly 471,726 paper, where their ministry says that 60% of this 471,726 paper is from China. Means it's not a collaborative work, international, it is their own country publication. And even whatever the collaboration we do have with US, they are not able to come up with that much paper. They came with 310,562 paper. But for this, we can have two notions. One is advantages and disadvantages. We learn. Actually, I told you the definition for a better understanding of AI. Yes, to learn and make to learn. So we learn. Let me consider this as our learning era. So it is advantage. So what is the disadvantage? The main particular disadvantage is a fund on artificial intelligence research by the country. We are not getting a good fund. Maybe after 2018, we are, but after 2018, we are at a backdrop due to this particular pandemic, and we are not able to mobilize good number of AI-based papers. But this rough estimate is up to 2010 and 19 academic year. That is 19 and 18-19 academic year. If you take, we are at the 4th place of. I'm saying this as only scholarly paper. I'm not specifying whether this is a main authored or a co-authored or collaborative papers. For that, I will make you clear the next slide. So right now, if you take on a collaboration, India is not here. Let's see, United States, United Kingdom, Australia, China, Singapore, and up to Italy. So we do have no India that is collaborative research. It means we are instrumentally used for some purposes where the credit of our performance is not scholarly appreciated. And next, I give you the very important thing that India's individual collaborative research publication with US, China, and rest of the world. So here we have nearly 15 areas where pattern recognition, India is one of the leading pattern recognition. Where the fund is from international, right? But the ideology behind that is from India. So we have nearly 23% hype of good research on pattern recognition. And this pattern recognition is not a very biggest job also. Pattern recognition is just a job which we can say as a factorial job, not a patent job. In that we have a good 23% we do have. And we have good collaboration with 15% of US and 21% with China and 19% with the rest of the world. Here, if you see the collaboration with China is more, 21%. And it means they are utilizing us, our scholarly adventures in terms of mobile process. So we are a very good manufacturers for them in mobile aspect, telephone, cell phone. So for that we have been utilized a lot. But the emerging area which is going to rule a nation economy right now, which is being deliberated by UNESCO too, is artificial intelligence, where inward paper, that is our own paper, is 22%, collaborated paper is 2%, and rest of the world it is 4%. With China we have 3%. So this is the research output of Indian artificial intelligence in the term of 2010 and 19. So what it reflects? It reflects that we have a vibrant academic community. Huge pool of research ideas are there, giving only a gateway for collaboration, not for the own individual research output of the nation. It means investment in terms of international collaborations, where we work together, but the research output, appreciation, and the credit goes to the country with whom we collaborate. The same way is a patent that we'll discuss later. So right now, this is a very fact happening behind the research areas focusing on artificial intelligence. And right now, the very important area we have to focus. Yes, this is a progressive strategy which has been given in June 2018 is very highly appreciated across the globe. But to make a strategy for 2018, it took number of years, number of hardships. But even though the hardship was being started in the initial 2012, right now it is 2021. The hardship started in 2012 and right now 2021, 9.5 years moved. So what is the output? Our output is very less in terms of patenting in comparison to the dominant China and United States. Particularly, the patent which is going to be a deciding factor in terms of the economy will be computing, business, telecommunication, and life sciences. In all this area, China and the United States are leading. And they are said to be dominant according to their surveys in comparison to Indian patents. And if at all you compare our patent families, we are at the 8th place as per 19. So we do have Taiwan. We have South Korea before us, where they do have a very good patent capability more than us. And if at all you roughly take from the year of 2002, there is a frame of a term of AI, which is year well in India, was 2002. From there, if you start also, right now, we have only 40 to 55 percentage of the patents granted out of 240 to 260 patents which has been submitted within 2002 to 2018. And this shows that it is 240 patent which has been applied or submitted. And we have obtained up to now only 40. So where is 270 and where is 40? And it's nearly 7 times more than the submitted applications. It means maybe the area where we focus is not confined especially to artificial intelligence. Similarly, right now I'm showing you the areas where India is working on. So India, 38% we work on personal devices and computing. That is accessory research orientation. But the very important areas like life sciences and telecommunications, we are not working on it. And only the business leaders of India occupies 14% of AI utilization in India. It means AI ideologies are not publicized to reach a common entrepreneur. And there was an observation from this particular report. And then the reflection. Here, the same way, you take in a negative, we have a positive, we have a negative. Whatever the possibilities of patenting ideologies we started, it was only aftermath of 20 centuries. So, aftermath of a 20th century, we have 1037 patent. Yes, we have to be really applauded and appreciated. But that is not enough for the transition and the transformation in the field of science, technology, engineering, and medicine. And this 1307 patenting, what we achieved is not particular or confined all alone to AI. It is multiple divergent areas. The percentage of AI research or patenting is very, 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 very fewer. And this also may be due to the very stringent patenting procedures of Government of India. And so, this ideologies of patenting made possible from 2002. And we have right now 1307 patenting process with India occupying it. But we are not to the mark of what China has made, or what to the mark of US we made. And everywhere I am putting the comparison on a crossroad with China and United States. Why? Because we have a relationship with them in terms of trade, in terms of medicine, in terms of technology, in terms of economy and business. So this is a reflection on the patenting. The very last indicator what we can look into it is the AI companies and investment, which has to be applauded a lot after May 2018. Why? Because already I told you 1306 startups were being made in India. It means after the strategy was implemented on AI policies by the Government of India in 2018 June, there was a very rapid development for possibilities, small entrepreneur, small business, ideology-based business. Everything is happening a lot and lot. Where we are able to make the people's investor from other countries into our country. All right? And right now, if you see the state of investment, which happened in 2015 to 19. And whatever value I mentioned is in $1 million. So roughly $1,000 million is the most one rise up to $400 million. Means on paper, it was $400 million is a foreign investment on the evolving ideologies of Indian AI entrepreneurship. And apart from this one, another thing we have to get appreciated a lot on the investment, international foreign investment. This all thing happened after 2018. There is a strategy implemented by, in year of 2018, June, where the rate of the startup numbers have increased a lot. For example, 232 investors are there in India who are from US and China. I've not given that value, sorry, a number I've not given, right? So 232 investors, very big deal of investment, 232 in number, occurred after 2018, where from the baseline, if you see India, all right, in 2015, it was nearly 50%. We have rose into nearly 600%, where we can see nearly 12 times of fold of investment from foreign countries have made possible. But there is also a reflective point to be considered. If all the investments are from the foreign country and the value of their money depraves in some mechanical or disastrous condition, how this estimated investment can be reached? And that is a very important pitfall we haven't identified. It means when this investment, which was been disclosed, was in 1,200,000, but whatever the contracts we make, investment we make is not for a financial year. It may be a 5-year plan. So in this 5-year plan, if anything happens to the foreign investment due to some mechanical disruption or disaster, the money value get reduced due to our investing value get decreased. The startup will be getting infected or affected a lot. And that was a reflection. Means I'm saying 99%, there is no reflective points on AI and investment. But 1% of reflective point is value of the money in upcoming years on those 232 investment which are from foreign countries, which are worthable to nearly $1,200 million. And this was a report given by Government of India itself. And that report, what I can say is CSET, right? Center of Security and Emerging Technology report. So, if these things are happening, where and what we have to focus. The very finest thing is, whatever the deliberations we came across right now, we are appreciating the last indicator. So the last indicator, what we really do appreciate is AI companies and the investment. AI companies and the investment. So we have no reflections over that particular criteria or the indicator. But one point of reflection, but major of reflection was observed in education in terms of talent. And number 2, the research. Number 3 is the intellectuality, that is the patent. It means if this 3 has to be, and all these 4 are considered as a pillars, where one pillar is very strong, economically defining that India is evolving and progressing. And for that has to stand for years together. These three are very important. Which one? Talent, research, and patent. And all this thing, the very basic point where we can relate, yes, AI education in India. So I think in the NEP 2022, we have the section, National Education Policy 2020. And how this particular artificial intelligence has to be dedicatedly structured. Yes, first and foremost, we have to define and make or facilitate all the learners to understand what is really an artificial intelligence and why further artificial intelligence is required. What are all the types of artificial intelligence are there? Why? Because startups, entrepreneurship, that is a very, right now, a basic point for the development in our nation. And in this focus of AI, the startup has to be built, has to be categorized into three positions. One, statistical. Number two, symbolic. I'm sorry. Number two is symbolic. Number three is non-symbolic or parasymbolic. Like this, we have three different approaches. So if you want, I will show you. And that is my last slide, I think. Are you able to see the slide, please? Are you able to see this?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, fine. So maybe I'll share you this PPT. Why I'm saying this is one of a very important aspect where we have to focus. That is the evolving brains, millennial brains have to focus wherever we are, which platform, wherever we are from, either science, technology, engineering, or medicine. Why I'm saying is this particular paradigms, which can be logic-based, knowledge-based, probabilistic-based, embedded-based, optimization-based. We have machine learning too in this. Like this, we have 6 paradigms to be explored a lot for making strategies which will be really appreciated for an entrepreneur and enhancing the foreign investment models, increase our research, increase our patent values, thereby the non-biological intelligence which is being made will be at the reach of the milestone in comparison to other dominant countries. And right now I have said you like symbolic, statistical, sub-symbolic. We have this. And now how you can categorize this? So symbolic, where this particular will not replace but represent the humans. So whatever we want to make with the machine or with the system, with the algorithm, all right? The intelligence, the non-biological intelligence will do for us. So we are going to direct it. And that will be symbolic. Something which is a very important aspect of interpretations. For example, in pseudix, in pharmacy background, what we do is like Bayesian theory, population pharmacokinetics. We have a specialized area. So we will be applying this particular Bayesian theory for making an dosage regimen for a population. Similarly, this particular Bayesian theory, which is completely statistical, will be of 2 types of entrepreneur ideas. Number 1, it be machine learning ideologists or probabilistic ideologists, where it is required for problem solving. And then these 2 club together we can develop a non-biological superior intelligence, and that will be called subsymbolic. So like this, the paradigms can be broadly categorized. And I think in this figure I have given it, and you can easily absorb it when it is being shared to you. So the same way, so logic-based, knowledge-based is the first paradigm, which is symbolic, means it requires and it minimizes the human representation, but will be completely under the control of an human, for which algorithm has to be performed and made functional by us, the human. And number two is probabilistic method and machine learning, and it is completely an interpretation based. Why? Because we don't want any type of a broader answer. We want a very narrow answer. So whichever you want to identify a narrow answer, which we say it as ANI, artificial narrow intelligence, we apply this statistical approaches, and the method are probabilistic and machine learning, where the very preliminary stage is a data mining, data artifacts, data developing, data interpretation. And the last one is called as artificial superior intelligence. Right over in Indian aspect, the startups are very less on this, and whatever startup are existing, it is in collaboration, and the ideologies belongs not to us. It is only an investment-based ASR, artificial superior intelligence. So, what we can take away from this particular presentation? And why this presentation? Why? Because AI is going to be the future. It is going to take a long way, all right, forward, minimizing many things, but it will not replace an human being, all right? It will assist us. It may supervise us, but that supervision is also an arithmetic or an algorithm functional model, which has been planned and prepared by us. Why? Because AI are going to be the next world global technology. It is going to be very useful in assisting us to make a very clear, clean, unbiased decisions. And the decisions may be from the backdrops of science, technology, engineering, or medicine, whatever it may be. And it improves or enables the technology, very mobile and very socialistic to be used, and it transforms the communication process, whether those communication may be interface or it may be a non-interface communication. The transformation of the communication, which is a need of our, can be enabled by artificial intelligence. And this transformation of communication may be education, research, policy making, funding, grants, investment, foreign allowances, access to education in terms of economy, I'm saying. All the things are communication. One word we can say is communication. So this artificial intelligence enables and transforms this to a very mobile way. Socialistically can be highly appreciated. If this is very mobile and it is going to be very socialistic, it means socially, ethically, legally, it is not going to have a negative interface. It means there may not be a requirement of a cyber crime security department for India, particularly. I'm not saying it is going to be possible right now, but in later years, if these AI ideologies are safe, this is going to happen. There is a security. It's going to be good. And if it is safe, secured, socialistic, and mobile, it means it came to everybody hand. So we can say it is economic. It means the foundational AI, if it's well, as per the strategy implemented by Government of India, which has been uniformly assessed, surely all the process which is enabled or which is functioning with AI will be very economic. It means the demand in terms of money or economy, demand in terms of services, everything will be delivered to every individual of our nation. And then, if the cost efficiency is more, it means it motivates, inspires individual AI expert and the learners to come up with more amount of creations, very more amount of creations. And these creations are going to return in a very revenue, accelerating them. But how they are going to deploy it is very important. Whether they are going to deploy it as a business, deploy it as a service, deploy it for the demand created due to disruption and disasters. So what is the way they want to deploy it is going to be the proportional accelerating response the creators are going to get. So in terms, what happens? In terms, the economy increases. And for all this thing to happen, or to experience the optimal effect, the very thing is, we must not give up. Whatever we do have, we have to work on it and appreciate intra-collaborations, either may be organization-based, or it may be university-based, or it may be institutional capacity-based. The very finest thing we do is we appreciate international, but not intranational. And most often I say the startups of 1300, nearly 1/3 of that particular startup are international collaborations. But why can't all the 100% of the startup of 1300 be intranational? So it may have a limitation. I'm not saying no. So right now, this is the juncture for us to overweigh those limitations and make sure that whatever AI or non-biological intelligence we develop is for us, by us, and with the well-defined, integrated, collaborative approaches. And with this, I conclude the session with the key takeaways is the pillars of artificial or non-biological intelligence are 4. Number 1 is education in terms of talent, research, patent, industry, and investment relative to artificial intelligence, where more than anybody, teachers are involved in all the 4 aspects. And right now, I request each teacher of this FDP to think novelly how the education, how each candidate can acquire talent which has been instilled by you by utilizing technology. And this technology is well assisted with the non-biological intelligence, and that is our artificial intelligence. Thank you all for your patience listening. And I acknowledge and thank my colleagues, Dr. U. Virendra and Dr. B. Sahiti, who helped me in making the literature's correlation studies. Thereby, I am able to give you exponentially the more finest crossroad comparisons of Indian artificial intelligence deployment in comparison to the dominant AI country like US and China. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the presentation.
I request the participants to pose their questions.
Or the participants can unmute yourself and can interact with Mohan, sir.
Saiti, could I stop sharing?
Yes, sir.
Sure. So if any other additional points from the side of faculty members where we can update ourselves. Why? Because whatever I have given you is up to the year of 2019, started from 2005. That is 2005 to 2019, whatever the updates which I have discussed with all of you. And I don't find any of the literatures assisting me after 2019 due to this pandemic. But one thing which I pointed out here, which is 1920, is the fourth indicator, and that is our artificial intelligence companies and the investment. And that is financial year. It means 1920 it ends up. So it involved March 2020. So that is the first phase of our COVID pandemic started. So that was the only recent interface of literature in terms of AI. All the other indicators was updated up to 2018. Why? Because the survey of US is up to 2018, and we have 2019 China survey. But from us, the survey was not enabled in terms of research and patenting. Only financial aspect, we had a release, and that's it. I think this is the thing, knowledge I can share due to some limitations of literatures. Why? Because few literatures we have to pay and collect. So those I don't have an access to it. So if anybody have came to know, kindly share with the participant, and I think it will be more knowledgeable sharing will be there. Sorry.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. I request the participants to pose their questions, and you can unmute your mics and can interact with Mohan, sir. If you want to discuss anything regarding whatever the artificial intelligence queries you have, you can discuss with Mohan, sir.
So we do have 8 more minutes for the session to get completed. So if anybody are interested, surely we can do a productive discussion. Okay, fine. Okay, Saiti, may I leave?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you
So
so
thank
much.
you all.
Thank you,
Thank you all.
thank you so much, sir. The participants, the day 5 session 2 has been completed. The participants are requested to join for the feedback session in the afternoon, where the instructions will be given on feedback and OSCE evaluation. So I request the participants to join by 2 o'clock, before 5 minutes. So sorry, the timing will be from 2:30. The participants are requested to join by 2:30, 5 minutes before 2:30, so that we can proceed with the feedback and validatory assessment and feedback. The morning session has been ended. Thank you for joining.
Mohandas. Mohandas. Sahiti.
Good afternoon, sir.
I think we can. It's already for 2:30 now. 2:30.
Yes, sir.
You can proceed. I think Mohandas has joined now.
Sir is joining, sir.
Sorry, joining.
Yes, sir.
Okay, joined. He has joined. Mohandas.
Sir, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Am I audible clearly?
Clear, sir. Clearly audible.
Okay. I think you can proceed.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, respected faculty members, program coordinators, and co-coordinators. Welcome to assessment and feedback session for AICTE-ATAL sponsored online faculty development program on drug safety monitoring and transition of care, the brink of an artificial intelligence. So we have reached to the last, we have completed our all the sessions for the 5 days. So we are in the last feedback and assessment session. Now I request the program coordinator, principal, Dr. Y. Padmanabh Reddy sir, to address the gathering.
Thank you, Sahiti. Very good evening to all of you, to all the participants, the faculty members, and also the faculty of RIPA. Warm greetings from Raghavendra Institute of Pharmaceutical Education and Research, Anantapuram, Autonomous Institute. I think you might have enjoyed all the sessions for the last 5 days. Almost daily, 3 or 4 sessions have been arranged uninterruptedly. Maybe only thing is yesterday there was day before yesterday there was slight change in the program. So whereas all the resource persons have contributed as per their schedule, and I think all of you might have gained some knowledge during this 5-day workshop on AICTE sponsored ATAL FDP program. Drug safety monitoring and transition of care, the brink of an artificial intelligence. So for the last 5 days, that is from 27th to 31st, almost 14 sessions have been arranged, and all sessions have been concluded well, and we have received good feedback. But the thing is, we would like to know whether that whatever the content that has been delivered by the resource persons is useful for you, so that whenever we are going to organize such FDP programs in future, that will help us. Your feedback is going to help us to improve in selection of the resource persons, so that we can improve much better in organizing such FDPs. And I would like to thank, on this particular day, I would like to thank All India Council for Technical Education for giving us an opportunity by way of sponsoring this FDP program, and also my co-coordinator, Dr. Mohanraj Ratnavelu, and his team, Sahiti, Virendra, Dr. Pawan. All these members have taken all efforts. They have taken all efforts to make this event a success. So now I would like to request the participants to express your views openly, so that it will be helpful for us to improve if any such programs are going to be organized by Raghavendra Institute of Pharmaceutical Education and Research in future. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you.
Sahiti, you can ask one by one.
The participants can unmute your mic and can give the feedback and share their experiences throughout the 5 days.
I think Manjul Singh is ready to give his opinion, isn't it?
Good afternoon to all. Sir, myself, Professor Dr. Manjul Pratap Singh, Principal AICTE College of Pharmacy, Ghaziabad. I have attended the 5-day session of the ATAL FDP. The FDP was very nice, and all sessions were very informative for us. But these sessions are open only for those institutes who have affiliation through the AICTE only, because so many institutes, pharmacy institutes, are not approved by the AICTE. Once again, if these sessions open for all pharmacy institute, not for only AICTE approved institute. So this is my just a suggestion.
Professor Manjul, I think it's open for all pharmacy institutes.
But sir, when we enroll by the ATAL,
okay,
the AICTE institute permanent ID is necessary.
Okay.
Yeah.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Excuse me, sir. Sir, Manjul, sir, it's not for only for AICTE.
Yes,
I am
ma'am.
also the example of without AICT approved institute. I am basically a part of GLA University.
Yeah,
It's a
ma'am.
university.
Yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
they have selected us a candidate. Even though you are saying the
Okay.
right thing through the Atal portal, whenever we are feeling they want AICT registration number or something like that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So that's there. But they have taken student or staff from other university also.
Because ma'am, so many my colleagues want to join this one
No, no, sir.
also, but
My husband is also there. I will give the example. Myself and
okay,
my
okay,
husband
okay,
both has applied. We both are in pharma.
okay,
Because
okay.
what is the right answer was given by the Mohan Raj sir was that the 200 participant they have to take. So
Yeah, yeah.
Ji,
previously,
ji, ji.
whomsoever has filled 200 candidates, they have sought out the 200 people's name and remaining
Ji.
people's they have not taken. So I
Okay,
have
ma'am.
selected, but my husband was not selected in that FDP. So
Oh, sorry.
this was the reason I am saying to you.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. Thank you, ma'am. But overall conclusion is a very nice FDP, sir,
Yeah,
And
yeah.
for us,
seriously,
sir.
I am saying to Mohan Raj sir, I congratulate Mohan Raj sir. He is a very gentleman person who has
Ji,
replied
ji.
each and every questions, answers through WhatsApp group, through telephonically, and really I appreciate. I have attended so many
Ji, ma'am.
FDP through AICT portal. This was my fifth or fourth one, but
Ji, ji.
through out of which two are from BITS Plani also, BITS Rachi, sorry. I have seen he
Okay.
is a very good coordinator. I will appreciate him as a coordinator. I will
No,
congratulate him
ma'am,
as a
ma'am.
coordinator.
I appreciate all organizing committee also, ma'am.
Definitely. They have done very
Yeah.
nicely. They have arranged everything in a very nice manner. And even
Ji.
though, as a staff member, we all are staff members, but they are treating as a colleague. So they are nice.
Okay.
FDP is very nice. Thanks to all, sir.
No, ma'am. Yes, sir. Sir, thank you very much, sir. This is a very nice session, and this is clapping for your committee and all these supporting members, sir.
Thank you, Manjul Singh,
Thank
and thank you for your
thank you.
compliments for our committee. Particularly, Mohan Raj is very sincere and honest to his
Yes, sir.
responsibilities. Whatever the responsibilities that have been assigned to him, he will be delivering. So that's why I have selected him to coordinate, because I may be busy with the administrative work of the institute and other things. So that's why. And as Dr. Reena Gupta has said, so AICT is restricting only for 200 participants, that is registration, the first come first serve basis, and then automatically the remaining. So any other member, the participants may express your views.
Hello. Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, sir.
I especially thank Mohan sir, because sir have been always intimating the speaker to increase his sound while the speaker is going to be explaining about the topic. Even when we are feeling it is low, sir only rectifying it. For that, I want to thank Mohan Raj sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Yeah, Dr. Anuj, come on, please.
Hello, sir. Sir, very good afternoon, sir. I am Dr. Anuj, and I am associate professor here, SGRR University, Dehradun, sir. And the topic that have been selected for this FTV program was very, very good. And Dr. Mohan Das sir has very effectively and well organized the program. And he has already responded to the queries that I have sent to him. And really, it was very nice session. All the 14 sessions are very nice, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Anuj. I think, hope your Uttarakhand is safe now, right now.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Please come, sir. Thank
Okay,
you. Thank you. Thank you.
No, because there were heavy rains now last week.
Yeah.
That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, definitely, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thanks. Please, other members.
Participants can unmute yourself and can share their experience.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Manish.
So myself, Manish Kumar, sir. So actually, the topic for the FTP which was selected is so nice, sir, and it is the trending one. And all the sessions which were attended by me, so they are so informative. And whenever I saw the brochure of that FTP, so the speaker, whoever the speakers who are there, so it attracted me as well as, so when I saw those speakers who completed that MTech and PhD, so at that time I have a doubt that, so whether they can relate that artificial intelligence to pharmacy or not. But after attending that session, so those sessions are highly informative, and so it impressed me a lot, sir. And so I am very proud to say I'm an alumni of RIPER conducting such type of FDPs, and we are expecting such FDPs in futures which are related to clinical aspects, sir.
Sure, Manish. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, come. Akshish Joshi, please. Yeah, your voice is not audible.
Good afternoon, sir. Myself, Ashish Joshi, Assistant Professor, AICTE College of Pharmacy. Sir, I learned a lot of specifically this FDP. The topic is, very relatable for the future aspect, and I really appreciate you all. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Ashish. Sir, Upendra sir, please.
Hello.
Hello, sir. Please, sir.
Yes, I am Dr. Upendra Galgatte, Associate Professor from Modern College of Pharmacy, Nigri, Pune. Sir, the theme of this AICTE FDP was really good. It is need of the hour, rather we can say. This FDP was really good for beginners, those who want to study in AI and their applications in pharmaceuticals and healthcare. For them, this is really good. I am one of them. I am the beginner for this particular area. So I found it very much informative and really knowledgeable for me. Thank you for Mohan Raj sir. Thank you for Principal sir for organizing such a wonderful AICTE sponsored FDP. Thank you very much. I would like to attend such a FDP of organized by RIPER in future. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Upendra sir.
Okay.
If anyone is interested still, please.
There are so many comments in the message box. Many of the faculty members are conveying the feedback. Thank you so much. Any participant can unmute yourself and share their experiences. I request the faculty to unmute yourself and share the experiences.
Mohan Raj?
Sir.
They may speak later also, no problem. If you want to say anything, you can.
Yes, first and foremost, I convey my sincere thanks and regards to all the participants for your patience listening, your commitment, and your time in making all these 5 days very more and more cooperatively. And a very sincere thanks to the team of organizers, Dr. Sahati, Dr. Virendra, Dr. Pawan Kumar sir, and all other colleagues of Department of Pharmacy Practice who have directly and indirectly contributed a lot in spite of their busy schedule in making this FDP a very more memorable, remarkable moment in the calendar of RIPER. And a very special, sincere thanks to Program Coordinator, Dr. Y. Batmanabha Reddy sir, Professor and Principal RIPER Autonomous, who had a very good faith and belief on the organizing team. And he have given all the freedom for all the 5 days to organize in a very good way. And for all the support and facilities we have provided, very thankful to Dr. Y. Padmanabhareddy sir, and a very sincere thanks to all the speakers of eminence who are at the professor level, and also the inspiring research scholars. They have came up with their knowledge sharing, and all the information what they have shared are very novel, and it is of current trend, a pressing priority, and I think this FDP is a collaborative and integrative FDP, and that was my realistic experiences. Why? Because this FDP was having a medical, pharmacy, technical background speakers were there, and all were able to relate the team in their work area, and they are very instrumental for us in making the program more and more alive. And all the participants who are committed in attending the time. So 9:30 they were able to attend up to, I think the third day we had up to 5:30. So up to 5:30 you are able to experience a good learning, for which you have to be appreciated a lot for your time and the time spent by you. We hope we had given a very good information, and that's it, sir. My experiences are very good, and multitasking committee members we have who made a very realistic effort in bringing this more and more remarkable. A very good experience.
Pawan? Pawan? I think Pawan is there, huh? I think. I think some doubts. Some are expressing some doubts now. Where will be getting the assessment link? Dr. Rajsekhar has asked actually. They have posted in the message box. So these information will be.
Yes, sir. The discussion with Pawan sir will be explaining how to do the how to fill the assessment form and how to fill the feedback. Sir will be explaining, sir. Meanwhile, if any participant need to share the feedback, please unmute yourself and can share your experiences.
Madam
Yes,
Pooja
sir.
Naik has asked, what about the examination? That means for this online examination. Mohan Ras? Mohan Ras?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Mohan Ras, can you clarify?
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
I thought Pawan sir will be joining. Okay, sir. Fine, sir. So, dear participant, the very clarification we want to give is all these 5 days, whatever the feedback link you have submitted accounts for the attendance directly. Number one. Number two, within 5 minutes in the WhatsApp group, shared the assessment form, and assessment form will be MCQ based, a multiple choice question based. Feedback link will be shared with you. And number three, after completion of today's sessions, you can go to your AICTE web portal with your login credential. At the left side of your login credential, I think you are aware about the applied workshop, everything. There will be another icon called feedback in which you are going to give your feedback. And that is going to account for your final submission on the issue of the certificate based on 80% of attendance and 60 percentage of your marks. Okay. And right now, Pawan sir have joined. Sir will be explaining you
I think
very clearly.
Mohan Raj, I think
Yes, sir.
it will take maybe 1 week to 10 days now for the AICTE to approve and finally issue the e-certificates.
Yes, sir. Actually, we have planned to submit all the documents from our side on Tuesday evening. So what after that 72 hours they will take to upload the certificate, and after 72 hours the certificate could be easily downloaded by the participants who are having the eligibility.
So by next weekend,
Most probably by next weekend, sir. Yes.
weekend, the participant can expect e-certificates, all the eligible participants. Okay. Yeah, Pawan.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Pawan, you can proceed now.
Pawan sir? Yeah.
Pawan. Pawan, you can
Sir, I
proceed.
think there was a technical issue, sir.
Now I think he has joined again.
Yeah.
Pawan, you can.
Sir, am I audible, sir?
Yeah, audible.
Yes, sir, you're audible, sir.
Yeah. Dear participants, a warm good afternoon all of you from Raipur. Let me explain you the process of feedback. So as Mohandas sir has said you earlier, please all of you log into your ATAL portal, and in that you can find a feedback link. After clicking that, you should select the particular workshop. You might have applied for 2 or 3 workshops earlier, but please select the actual workshop which you have attended from Raipur. Select that and complete the feedback. So, filling that feedback online in ATAL portal, you will be eligible to get certificate. That is the first thing. And mere giving the test will not ensure your certificate. Why? Because your attendance will also be considered. 80% of your attendance and 60% of your text marks together will give you eligibility to get certificate along with submitting. And as Mohandas sir has said, all the things from our side, that attendance and test marks will be uploaded portal by Tuesday evening, and from Friday morning, that is 72 hours after that, you can thank you. Sir Mohandas sir, you can continue. And
Sahiti, you can ask if anybody is interested to give their views. Sahiti?
I hope the participants. Yes, sir.
Okay. If nobody is interested, then you can proceed to the further agenda of the program.
Yes, sir. The participants have understood about how the feedback and assessment will be provided. If you have any further queries, you can contact the organizing committee through WhatsApp. We'll be assisting you. The links will be forwarded in the WhatsApp mails. Please check that and then complete the session timing. Thank you so much. If any other participants have feedback, they can unmute yourself. Thank you so much. We have received a for your active the entire session and had the interactive session. You are having any doubts, you have interacted with the speaker. We are very happy with that. Now I'd like to request Mohan sir for the vote of thanks.
Yes, sir. So Very good evening, everyone. So, on behalf of Raghavendra Institute of Pharmaceutical Education and Research, Rifle Autonomous, and the organizing team of ATAL FDP in trust area of artificial intelligence and the management staff members of Rifle Autonomous, we sincerely convey our thanks to the speakers who have shared their views and experiences for a future upgradation in young minds and the millennial faculty members. And we also thank all the participants for your support and interest in associating with Team Riper Autonomous. And it is highly appreciable to all the participants in your busy schedule. You are able to attend all these 14 sessions irrespective of your commitments and daily schedules of academics or any job entity. So that is the very first thing we want, that we want to really appreciate the time which you have accommodated to us.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah, ma'am.
So sorry for the disturbance, but we didn't get the link, sir, assessment link in the mail and even the WhatsApp also, sir.
Yeah, within 2 minutes I'm sharing you, madam. Actually, the link is ready. 2 minutes. If you give me right now, I'm sending you, madam. 2 minutes.
We sent the mail ID, sir, but even though we didn't get, sir, so many participants also facing problems, sir.
Madam, right now, I think in the WhatsApp group, I have shared you right now. Please look into it, madam. I have shared, madam, right now. Are you able to get, madam? Hello?
Yes, sir. We received. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. So that was my second thanks to the participant. And very thirdly is I want to appreciate my team or team of Dr. Y. Padmanabha Reddy sir, who have put their tremendous work in bringing this very realistic. And finally, I thank the AICTE Training and Learning Academy Program for sponsoring us this FDP and enabling us this type of faculty development program, which is the second of kind within this month. Already we had another FDP on 8th to 12th of July on capacity building in pedagogy for excellence in higher education. And in the same month, we are able to give or deliver the FDP for 5 days. It means the faculty members of our institute are very committed, not only upgrading themselves and also supporting the colleagues to grow along. And that is our main objective. In near future, hope your association is going to be existing for more, based on which we can collaborate ourselves and can do a worthwhile job in raising the quality of the profession and the student community too. Thanks a lot, Saiti.
Yes, sir.
So, participants, I have shared the assessment link in the WhatsApp group, and there is a timeline for it. The response will be closed by 2 o'clock afternoon tomorrow. So kindly look into it, and all the YouTube videos are being shared in the WhatsApp group. And to the major extent, the organizing committee have discussed with the speakers, and whatever the PPT they have forwarded to us, it has been shared in the WhatsApp group. I think the YouTube link and the PowerPoint presentation will be more helpful in preparing and answering the MCQs. So hope everyone attends it well, and ensure that by 2 o'clock afternoon tomorrow, all the responses are filled from your side, failing which the link will not be functional after 2 o'clock tomorrow. All right? And after filling these responses, you can give your online feedback in the AICTE portal with your credentials. And if any doubts are there regarding that, you can share us your queries in the WhatsApp group, which will be functional until the certificates are issued to all the eligible participants. Thanks a lot for everyone.
Thank you, sir. The participants can check the links which have been posted in the WhatsApp group, and the same link will be forwarded to the mail ID. Please go to the mail and feedback. If you are having any further queries, free to call the team members who are in the WhatsApp. You can post the query in the WhatsApp group. It will be answered. So with this, I am going to convey thanks to the program coordinator and program co-coordinator and the AICTE for giving approval for this. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you, Saiti. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mohanraj, Pawan, Dr. Virendra. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all the participants. Very good. Nice day to all of you. Thank you. And once again, greetings from Raipur, Autonomous Anantapur.
So we end the meet right now, and kindly find your assessment in the WhatsApp group, and all the YouTube links are there in the WhatsApp group. So kindly look into it. And we are working on to get the other PowerPoint presentation. If we are able to get the remaining PowerPoint presentation, surely it will be posted in the WhatsApp group as like previous days. Or any other doubts are there from your side, you are asked to share those things in the WhatsApp group, or you can ring us, and we are always there to support you regarding this FDP on answering all your questions. Sincere thanks from the organizing committee and Raipur Autonomous to all the commitment, time, interest of all the participants. Thanks a lot.